and welcome to On the Prowl. I'm your host, Kristen Singleton, and with me today is the coach of the Hahnville Tigers, Coach Nick Sotoformacio. Thanks for joining us this week, Coach.
Thank you, Kristen.
Coming up on today's show, Coach Salt will break down last week's games against the Alexandria Trojans and talk about the second-round playoff game against the St. Amant Gators. And we'll take a look at this year's Class 5A playoff bracket. Congrats on the win, Coach.
Thank you.
How does hosting your first-round playoff game contribute to the success of last week's game?
Well, it's 2 years in a row. We got to open up at home, and it's 2 years in a row we won big. So it gives you that kind of momentum. Anytime you don't have to travel, you know, it's just kind of a comfortable setting at Hahnville. Our kids know the routine. We don't have to disrupt any class day work, or we don't have to disrupt anything after the afternoon bell rings. We just kind of figure out the same routine that we've done since the first week of the season. And then, you know, when you get to play at home also, you get great crowds because Hahnville has great crowds every single week. So it was nice to be at home. It's going to be great to be at home again this week.
Coach, how does it feel to have played so defensively strong against a team that up until last week averaged 49 points a game?
It was, you know, I'm not going to kid you, we were shocked a little bit. I mean, we've been playing really well defensively the whole year, at least the second half of the year. But we were worried because their quarterback, Beck, was a big guy, about 6'7", 230 pounds, and could really throw the ball. They had tall, athletic receivers. So, you know, going into the game, you're thinking, well, if we can hold them to 21, we can get to 35. That'd be about the score of the game. But the way it kind of played out and how well we played defensively not only gave us confidence throughout that ball game, but it gives us a lot of boost going into these next bunch of games. Hopefully we're playing a bunch of games. So.
Let's take a look at the first half highlights.
We deferred like we like to do, so Alexandria's offense was on the field first. And then right off the bat, Beck throws a deep ball, and Jamonte Williams comes up and makes a great interception. Talk to him a little bit about ball security on the return, but he makes a great pick and puts us in excellent field position early on. And then right off the bat, we get a great run by Norquell Flowers. Both he and Anthony and Devontae Clark have just been doing a great job for us running the football. And we get down, we run almost the same play the other way, inside zone to Norquell, and you get up early, 7-0. And then, you know, again, defensively, guys like Chris Marshall have just been playing lights out, Peyton Roberts, Stephen Cloud. And that senior group, and we don't start many seniors on defense. As a sophomore making a play, Elgin Collins, have really stepped their game up. They drove down the field. We got a great goal line stand, and then come out and Devontae Clark pops a big run early in the game. And those guys are running lights out, but we're really blocking very well up front. Our offensive line is doing a great job protecting Mike Neal, who throws a nice pass to Anthony there. And, you know, now we're up 2 scores. We come right back defensively the very, very next play after the kickoff, and Monte gets a second interception in the first quarter, and it allows us to get down the field right away. Norquell breaks a long run. Does a nice job with the stiff arm, excuse me, finishes the run hard. And then Drew Dunn, who's kind of our tough inside run guy, gets in the end zone. And we're up 21-0. And now we're playing, you know, football the way we want to play. We're chasing the quarterback around. We're getting some sacks. We're condensing the field. And, you know, they had the ability to throw the ball. So we knew we had to keep playing and playing well defensively. Elgin Collins comes up, makes a nice play on a speed sweep. We get the ball right back to Mike Neal right before half, and he hits Anthony. And when Anthony's in the open field, not a lot of people are going to catch him. We get a score, and again, still in the first half, we're up 28-0, and Norquell breaks a long run on the outside, makes a nice cut, and now we're up a bunch of points at halftime. And you know, we just did a great job kind of closing it out. This was right before half. Sophomore Hunter LeBlanc comes in, gets a sack on a quarterback, and we go into halftime up 42-0, and you know, you feel good, obviously, about that.
What are your thoughts on Jamonte Williams' breakout performance?
Well, he's been good all year for us. You know, it's funny, people pick on him because he's not the tallest guy around. He's probably 5'6", and that's what cleats on. But he has a tremendous knack for elevating and getting up and playing the high point of the ball. And so with that ability taller receivers really aren't a problem for him. He plays, way taller than what his height is, but again, he jumps well, and he understands coverages. He understands that we're a zone football team and how to play zone football. So for most people, it was a breakout because they hadn't seen him before, but I see him every day. He just really does a good job for us.
Mike Neal and Anthony Williams combined for 471 yards. Was their performance the focal point of your offense?
It's really becoming commonplace, to tell you the truth. But, when you put those kind of yards up and points up offensively, it's a combination of a lot of things. Mike has to play well because that's the most important position in sport, of all sports. Quarterback is the most important position you have because he's in control of so much more. But our offensive line has come a very, very long way. Coach Beaudry and Coach Vinette have coached those guys, and they're getting peak performance out of both of them. And then our run game has been very good because it's not just one guy. It's centered on 3 or 4 guys. And Anthony's the most dynamic of the group, but all of them have been very, very productive. Norquell and Devontae Clark and Drew Dunn, all those guys have been very productive for us. And then our receiving core, because people can't just come in here and give us 8- and 9-man boxes anymore, because our receivers have done a great job spreading the field out. Especially the last couple of weeks, Kevin Carmidel's made some clutch catches, and Devontae Craven's made some clutch catches, and Chandler Freeman does a great job extending the coverages, as does Dylan Crockett. All those guys have been great, so hopefully we can keep it going.
Let's take a look at the second half highlights.
We came out, we had a real comfortable lead. We kind of expected them to try to onside kick it right there. We call it a Mayday kick, not true onside kick, but squib it down close. And it allowed Mike to get out and throw a deep ball at Anthony and set us up. We actually didn't score there. We had turned the ball over. It's our first turnover we've had in a while, and something we have to be sure not to get into a poor habit of. But we were able to get those guys to punt, and great hit there by Justin Young, kind of changed the tempo of the game. And right here on the punt, another sophomore that we have, Michael Gray, does a great job. He comes to the wall, he sees it clogged up, puts the brakes on, cuts it back, and then he just accelerates. And really a special player, a very special player, Michael Gray is for us in the punt return game. And then this is what I'm talking about with Monte being able to get up in high point balls, keep him out of the end zone. Again, we get a turnover on downs. We get a nice screen pass to Anthony, kind of get us out of a little bit of a hole. And, at this point now, it's just about not turning the ball over, keeping field position, and just continuing to play well. And then Anthony takes off on one of his long runs. He gets a little tripped up there on the end. Guy kind of got his heel, but it allows us to get in there. Mike Neal makes a nice read, and we get up 49-0. And, we get to play a lot of our backups after that, and that's always good to get them that experience.
How was your defense able to hold Alexandria's offense to 12 points?
You know what? It's really kind of simple, Kristen. Our very, very best players are playing their very, very best. I mean, guys that we have to count on week in and week out, the Trayvon Honors and Steven Clouds, the Elgin Collins and the Peyton Robert, and then our 4 guys in the secondary have all been playing well. And just as a group, that group of guys, along with some interior defensive linemen who are really underclassmen, Trayvon Chambers and Devin Williams have come in and solidified the interior of our defense. So because of that, they're playing well. And we have some seniors who are spot players for us through the year, but are playing really, really good for us, Chris Jones and Jacob Parquet. So the fact that we're able to play about 13, 14 kids defensively every week, we substitute in our secondary pretty liberally. Jamal Davis gets a lot of snaps. Hunter LeBlanc gets a lot of snaps. Rashad Domino gets a lot of snaps. And they're not even our starters per se. They play a lot of downs. But we're just getting great productivity out of a lot of kids. And I think now they've taken it kind of a personal challenge. And we always go back to that three-week run we had earlier in the year where we lose those 3 games and give up 110 points. But in the other 8 games we've played, we've only given up 85 points. So our kids understand that we have the ability to be really good on defense, and that's kind of what's happening.
Coach, some of your younger players got a lot of playing time this week. Yeah. How do you feel this prepares them for next season?
Oh, it's great. And I told those young guys, right now they're getting extra weeks of spring football. You know, the practice time that they're getting because we're getting to play a little bit longer than everybody else. That's almost like added spring practices for them. But when you can get up by a lot of points in a ball game and get them on the field, that's even better. Number one, it kind of promotes those guys coming to practice and practicing hard. It's not, well, I'm just coming to practice and getting beat up and not get to play on Friday night. They're getting to play on Friday night. And number two, you can never beat game experience, and certainly playoff game experience. You just can't beat that. So it's been great for the development of our program.
Thanks, Coach. Coming up next, we'll take a look ahead to this week's game with St. Amant. We'll be right back.
A Wetlands Réveillon is a fundraiser for the LeBrant's Wetland Watchers, which raises awareness of coastal erosion among our youth. The proceeds will benefit the upkeep and improvement of the Wetland Watchers Park. There will be a silent auction at the event, as well as live entertainment and fine dining. Réveillon will take place on December 13th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the River Room on River Road. Tickets are $25 until December 9th, then prices rise to $50 afterwards. Tickets can be purchased at www.awetlandsreveillon.org. A limited amount of tickets will be available at the door.
Welcome back to On the Prowl. I'm your host, Kristen Singleton. Before we talk with Coach about this week's game, we want to remind you that all broadcasts by the Press Play Productions team are available on our website at presstoplay.tv. Coach, how do you plan to prepare your team for this week's game against the St. Amant Gators?
Well, number one, we told them you're in the round of 16 now, so there's no more guys coming in. It's really in 5A football, everybody's really good. I mean, the team we played last week was really good, but you get further in the playoffs, you're going to play a better football team. So that was the first thing we talked about. The second thing was, St. Amant for a while was in the same district with Hornville, and they have a little bit of a history. They're not traveling that far. They don't have a big trip to take. So, they'll come here prepared to play. They're not going to have any kind of bus lag or anything like that. And then thirdly, for us, we've been playing these spread teams for a while now, so it really helps us defensively game plan because we've seen this same kind of offense. Now, everybody has their own different tweak to it, but what we do is identify their very best players, number 2 and number 23, number 9, number 80, number 7. They have a bunch of them, and defensively, their linebackers are very good. They have an excellent free safety. So, it allows us to identify players and realize that they have some good guys coming in here, and we have to play our very, very best.
This is St. Amant's first playoff win since 2011. So they're hungry for a second win.
Right.
Coach, what are your thoughts on senior running back Nathan Taylor, who had 3 touchdowns and 140 yards of offense?
Yeah, we know he's good. We saw him on film against about 6 teams. So, big thing with him is he's not a tall guy, but he's kind of thick. He's about 190 pounds. So we can't let him get his pads up the field. We have to get to him before he gets going. And a lot of it's going to depend on the play of our defensive line. They run the ball particularly well. So if we can get some good interior defensive line play, make him kind of bounce sideline to sideline, let guys like Chris Marshall and Eric Gilmore come up and tackle a perimeter, we'll be okay.
How would you compare the playoff game experience to the district games?
We play in a really good district, and we always try to compare a playoff opponent to a district opponent. So when we look at St. Amant, we're kind of saying, well, they really kind of remind us of Thibodaux. They have a very good running back. They're pretty big up front offensively. They play good defensive football. So, when we go through the district that we went through, it prepares us well for the state playoffs.
Coach, how do you see the bracket shaking up?
Our side, our side of the bracket, I really believe all roads to the Dome lead through Destrehan right now, and I was talking to Coach Robichaud on my way here a little while ago, and, for us, if we're fortunate enough to win this week and then travel next week to Zachary and win that game, we'd probably be playing Destrehan in the state semifinals. I can only imagine what that would be like in this community because it was great last year and it was a quarterfinal game. But, for Hornville, playing those guys again 4 times in 2 years, they're very, very skilled and talented. It's almost like a double-edged sword for us. If we don't win the game, we got to go home in the state semifinals. That's terrible. And then if we win the game, we'd have to live a whole week walking around saying, man, we finally beat Destrehan, we finally beat Destrehan, but the next game's for the state championship. So, our focus would have to turn around very, very quickly. But you know what? If we're good enough to get to the state semifinals, who's ever waiting for us on that side, good for us and good for them, and we'll play as best as we can. Hopefully get to the Louisiana Superdome, because that's what this is all about.
Thanks for joining us this week, Coach.
Thank you, Kristen.
And that will do it for this week's edition of On the Prowl. For updates and news on Press Play Productions, check out our website at presstoplay.tv. I'm your host, Kristen Singleton. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to On the Prowl. I'm your host, Aisha Christopher Victor, and with me today is the coach of the Destrehan Wildcats, Coach Stephen Robichaux. Thanks for joining us, Coach.
Thank you, Aisha.
Coming up on today's show, Coach Robichaux will break down last week's game against the Woodlawn Panthers, and we'll also get Coach to look ahead to this week's game with the John Ehret Patriots, and we'll let you know what's in store for the Press Play Production broadcast this Friday and next week's special coverage of the Battle on the River game. Coach, you guys had a 44-7 victory over Woodlawn last week. As a coach, would you rather a big win like this one or a game that goes down to the wire?
I think, you always want to play well and score a lot of points, which we were fortunate enough to do. It means that your team's playing well. We were very fortunate this past game that we scored on offense, defense, special teams, kind of clicking on all cylinders. When that happens, you're kind of excited because that means that your kids are playing well, they're focused, they're doing what they need to do. It just gets a little hectic at the end of the game because you're trying to get a whole lot of different players in and that kind of thing. But as far as the game itself, you like to get out in a good lead and let some other guys play and get some experience for next year. But yeah, I'd much rather a blowout on our side than a close game any day. But those are fun too. So.
Your special teams had a truly special night Friday. What can you say about their play?
Well, they did a tremendous job. We were very fortunate to capitalize on Woodlawn's mistakes. They had trouble a little bit on their punt team, and we were actually blocked 2 punts and 2 for touchdowns. So that was big for us. John Williams had a big kickoff return for a touchdown. The game's 3 phases, offense, defense, special teams, and our coaches understand the importance of that. They work hard. Our kids understand the importance of it. So we work special teams just as hard as we do offense and defense. So it's a priority for us, and Friday night it worked well for us.
Let's take a look at the first half highlights.
Jay Stroud here on a big play. Jace had an unbelievable night. He had 8 tackles, and he actually had 4 sacks. That's our first touchdown on defense. It was a bad snap over the punter's head. Tyler Addison does a good job picking up the ball and scoring a touchdown. Cohen hits John Williams. John just does the rest. He happens to get in the seam of the defense, and a great play right there. Here's a part of the offense that's big for us. Cohen running the football. He did a tremendous job. Karan Taylor, you see Kalen Brown downfield blocking on the 4-yard line. That's impressive. Karan gets it all the way down to the 4. Our drive stall, we need a big defensive play. Big Glenn Logan comes through and gets a safety for us right here. So that was big for our defense. Here's the big kickoff run by John. just takes it up the middle. Our guys do a great job. Jacob Rouser, Ruiz, and a couple other guys does a tremendous job blocking, and John gets to take it right up the middle, 80 yards for a touchdown. Willon hits us with a big pass, but we come storming back. 23-7. Chopin does a tremendous job right here, along with Kendall Anderson. One of Jay Stroud's 4 sacks. Defense is really playing and controlling the line of scrimmage, and I think that was the key. C.J. Prieto with a great job right here, getting a guy for a loss on a screen pass. Nice break up by Chad Serrano. Bobbers a snap again. We end up blocking the kick, and Mike Young doing a good job in the right place at the right time, and getting the ball and scoring it again. Defense playing well. Macon Clark does a good job staying on his guy, allows 97 to go in there and get a big sack. Jared Wilbon doing a great job in the interior, allowing CJ to make a play. Matt Young with a great play on the
Welcome to On the Prowl. I'm your host, Asia Jupiter, and with me today is the coach of the Destrehan Wildcats, Coach Stephen Robichaux. Thanks for joining us, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Coming up on today's show, Coach Robichaux will break down last week's game against the Denham Spring Yellow Jackets, and we'll also get Coach to look ahead to this week's game against the Barbe Buccaneers, and we'll let you know what's in store for the Press Play Productions broadcast schedule. Okay, Coach, so it's Friday the 13th, and it's opening round of the playoffs, and you're playing a tough 32 seed, and there were a lot of strange moments that happened in the game. What was going through your mind at this time?
Well, he's absolutely right. You saw a lot of things in the game that you don't typically see. You see turnovers, you saw kickoff returns for touchdowns, you saw interceptions for touchdown. Just a lot of things that the uncharacteristics of Destrehan High School, but you know, it took us for a while to kind of settle down. You know, I don't want to blame it on the week off or whatever, but for some reason we wasn't focused the first half. But, you know, coaches finally figured out what we needed to do, and we got it done, and our kids responded and ended up winning the football game, and still happy to be playing.
Do you think the bye week had anything to do with this little start?
Yeah, you know, coaches are creatures of habit, and, you know, when that thing gets kind of screwed up the way it did and not playing week 10, you know, we always think that that could be a problem. And I don't know if it was that as much as our kids just wasn't ready to play, and that was my fault. I just didn't have them ready. I don't quite put your finger on it. I wish I could, but we just didn't play well. And but you know, our kids overcame it, the 4 turnovers and not playing well on defense in the first half, and they came back in the second half and did really good job and ended up winning the game. But there was something there, and boy, I wish I could put my finger on it because you can make a lot of money, but. I just didn't know exactly why we played the way we did, but it's on us, it's on the coaching staff, and our kids realize what happened, and hopefully we can get it fixed for this week.
Let's take a look at the first half highlights.
Cohen doing a good job right here, getting the ball to John Williams. Tremendous job. Yards after the catch. Tremendous blocking by Justin Jefferson. Gets a big first down by John Williams. They did some things that we hadn't seen on film offensively in the first half, and kind of came back, got it figured out. Big block punt here. Guy tries to pick it up, and then it's a fumble. So CJ picks it up, ends up going in for the touchdown. Mike Young really coming on here late in the season. Good run around the end, good blocking on the point of attack. Matt Young with a good play here. They did a little sky kick there. Karan was ready for it. Makes a good play, gives a good field position. Karan gets tripped up here. Nice hole. Cohen with a nice pass to Justin Jefferson for a touchdown. Real good job catching the football there. CJ Prieto, Alex Zaid, Jared Wilbon all doing a good job. CJ with a nice tackle on a misdirection play there. Good job staying home and doing his job. Cohen gets Mike Young right there. A nice pass, splits two safeties, makes a good job. I don't know what he's doing with that, but we'll end up addressing that, I promise you. John Williams is so good when it's the ball in his hands, I tell you, tremendous. Defensive line doing a great job right here. Tyjon Sanchez doing a tremendous job as a linebacker position.
There were a few mishaps early in the game and an unusual amount of penalties, which is something we rarely see coming from Destrehan. Can you give us from the coach's point of view what went wrong?
Well, you know, I think there were, number one, we weren't ready to play, and that's strictly my fault. You saw things that kind of, once things go wrong, it kind of snowballs on you, and we did that. We had a lot of penalties. We had some personal foul calls that are very uncharacteristic of a Destrehan team, offsides, just things that we hadn't done before, and like I said, 4 turnovers, just that's not Destrehan football, and well, I don't know if it was, if it was the off week or we just wasn't ready to play. I like to think I just didn't have them ready to play, and we're going to be okay this week. But it concerned us about the way we did. But on the flip side of that, I was just excited about how we came out in the second half and got it done. So it kind of works both ways. You were disappointed, but for us to regroup and come back and play better in the second half was big for us too.
There were 2 touchdown passes from Cohen Grenier that gave the Wildcats a 28-17 lead at halftime. What did you tell the team in the locker room?
Well, we were up 28-17, but we still wasn't playing well. And we just got in there in the halftime and kind of hammered some things out. What do we need to do in the second half to be successful? We knew that we probably could move the football, which we did in the second half, and then we did in the first half. But, some things we need to shore up defensively. We gave up 10 points defensively, but one of those, we gave up 17, but one of the 17 touchdown was the daggone kickoff return. So, it's just we can't give those big plays up, and that happened. So that kind of had us frustrated. So we just talked about coming out playing better football and playing better technique and showing up in special teams a little bit.
Let's take a look at the second half highlights.
Talked about special teams. Here we go right off the bat. Come over there, we sky kick it. They end up fumbling. We get it back. So instead of them having the ball the first 3 minutes, we get the ball, and Chad Serrano using his speed up the middle. Only problem is we couldn't get it in. We fumbled on the 1, but then the defense comes up with a big play and gets the safety. So it puts us ahead 30-17. Mike Young, great job. Big play here. Defense gets a big hit. CJ gets the ball. And our guys follow him into the end zone. Big play right there for kind of put a little separation. And then our defense kind of takes over. Tremendous job in the second half. Cohen with a nice run, big run when we needed it. Well, holding calls right there on a big play. Defense came back, like I said, in the second half. We thought that should have been a fumble right there, but they called him down. Karan line with a nice run up the middle. Christian Mosley getting outside, takes it all the way in for the touchdown. Great run, great blocking downfield.
Colin Bryant was battling illness and said in an interview with Sports Nola that he wasn't happy with his performance. Was there a time where you had to pull him aside and give him some type of motivation?
I think Cohen's a highly motivated kid, and you know, for him to you know, he was down, he was sick most of the week, but he knew what he had to do, and there's nothing that I could tell him to motivate himself as far as making him play better, and he understood what he needed to do, and I think our guys, once they kind of started hitting us in the mouth a little bit, kind of pressed a little bit, and you know, we just let it come back in the second half, let the game come back to you, and just do what you got to do, and I thought that was the key for us. I thought they kind of surprised our kids, being the 30th seed, and you know, I think our guys responded once they realized that they're going to be in a ball game, and it happened. So we was fortunate enough to better turn that thing back around.
Destrehan ended up scoring the next 2 touchdowns and didn't look back, eventually going on to win the game 44-23. Although the outcome resulted in a win, I know you weren't happy with the performance. So what will you tell the guys at practice so this type of performance don't happen again?
Well, like I said, there's some things that went on in the game that was uncharacteristic of what we do, and they realize it. And the biggest thing is the kids realize it. You know, you know, we talked about the focus before the game. We talk about getting ready to play. We talk about the little things that happened that kind of told me that I don't know if we're really ready to play. And we talked about all that, and it wasn't because we didn't practice hard last week, because I thought we had a good week of practice, but it was just a matter of carrying that good practice over to being focused, stay focused, and being ready to play. And I think our kids they've done that once before in the season, and they responded quite well. So hopefully they'll do that again this week.
Thanks, Coach. Coming up, we'll talk about this week's game against the Barbe Buccaneers, and we'll get you up to date on what's in store for the Press Play Productions broadcast team. We'll be right back.
A Wetlands Réveillon is a fundraiser for the LeBrant's Wetland Watchers, which raises awareness of coastal erosion among our youth. The proceeds will benefit the upkeep and improvement of the Wetland Watchers Park. There will be a silent auction at the event, as well as live entertainment and fine dining. Réveillon will take place on December 13th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the River Room on River Road. Tickets are $25 until December 9th, then prices rise to $50 afterwards. Tickets can be purchased at www.awetlandsreveillon.org. A limited amount of tickets will be available at the door.
Welcome back to On a Prowl. I'm your host, Agent Jupiter. Before we get Coach to look ahead to this week's upcoming game, we would like to let you know that we will be streaming Destrehan's second-round playoff game this week against the Barbe Buccaneers. For updates on the playoffs and our broadcast schedule, make sure to visit our website at presstoplay.tv. All right, Coach, the Barbe Buccaneers will be visiting Wildcat Stadium this Friday. Their quarterback, Gavin Nevels, finished the regular season with over 2,000 passing yards and 20 touchdowns, and their running back, Kirkland Banks, finished with over 1,000 rushing yards and a total of 21 touchdowns. So what's your game plan to slowing down this duo?
I tell you what, they are a very good offensive football team. You know, your stats are extremely correct. We've been watching them on film. They do a tremendous job moving the football. They have, like you say, a quarterback that's real good, that threw for 2,000 yards. They got a running back that's over 1,300 yards rushing. Got a receiver 6'4" that has over close to 50 catches for 800 yards. So, and then they have some smaller guys that can catch the ball and run with it, kind of like the guys that we have. So, it's going to be a challenge for our defense. There's no doubt. They're very they're high tempo offense. They do a tremendous job moving the ball around. Great skill guys, guys and the quarterback. Although smaller in nature, he can kind of move the ball around. He throws the ball real well. So probably as good as any pass that we've faced all year. So it's going to be a challenge. You know, we're going to have to be ready to play. I think Coach today is going to have a pretty good defensive game plan, but but it's going to be up to those guys to get out there and get it done. But the kids have been watching. They know that they're 7-3, but they lost to some real good football teams. But their offense is as good as anybody we're going to face. So it's going to be exciting to see if our kids will be up for the challenge.
In last week's game against Denham Springs, there was a 99-punt return. Banks is a very dangerous special team specialist. So how are you going to adjust your special teams game plan?
Well, of course, we talk about that, on the kickoff return. There was guys that wasn't in their lane where they were supposed to be. So, that's just one, there's 3 phases of the game: offense, defense, and special teams. And if you don't play well in that 3rd phase, it could get you beat. So we put a big emphasis on it. We just had one breakdown because, like that hadn't happened to us at Destrehan for a while. But we got to continue to get better, and our kids understand that. But I think that, it's all part of that whole we wasn't ready to play type deal on Friday, and hopefully that won't happen to us again. But you're so right. He's a tremendous guy. He's returned kicks. He's returned punts, kicks for touchdowns, and he's a guy that we're going to have to know exactly when we can kick to him, when we shouldn't kick to him, and so forth. And hopefully our guys understand the importance of getting down and getting him tackled.
Hardin had a very successful running game last week against Barbe. Do you think the Wildcats run game will have the same outcome?
We hope so. We always say that, and you're probably tired of hearing me saying it. You got to run the ball and you got to stop the run. And so the game plan is to go in there and try to run the football, and we got to stop that run and make them throw the ball to beat us. And because a wise coach once said that 3 things happen when you throw the ball, and 2 of them are not good. You're either going to complete it, it's going to be an incomplete, or it's going to be an interception. So we're going to hopefully that we can make them throw the ball, and 2 of those 3 things, bad things will come up. So we'll see what happens. I think our kids will be ready to play, and hopefully we'll have a pretty good game plan.
Banks had 2 back-to-back fumbles last week against Hardin. Even though he's an explosive player, do you think the defense is capable of causing some huge turnovers?
Well, we talk about that all the time. We actually practice it all the time. Turnovers is a big part of the game. So we've noticed that. We actually mentioned that yesterday during practice, that he will put the ball on the ground if you get to him. So hopefully we can make some turnovers and help us in the game Friday night.
Thanks for joining us, Coach.
Thank you.
And that will do it for this edition of On the Prowl. For updates on our broadcast schedule and updates, make sure to check our website at presstoplay.tv. I'm your host, Asia Jupiter, and thanks for watching.
Am I live yet? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's 2nd round playoffs against the Destrehan Wildcats and the Barbe Buccaneers. This year's battle is Destrehan making it for their 3rd year in a row to the 2nd round after beating Denham Springs last week. My name is Perez Cotton, and tonight should be a very, very exciting game. This week's game against Barbe, it's going to be very tough for the Destrehan defense, as their number 1 wide receiver, number 9, Brian Smith, is 6'4", 215. Talking to the coaches this week, I heard that they plan on sticking their free safety, number 1, Kendall Anderson, making him primarily the man stopper, if you will, for Brian Smith. Destrehan's defense hasn't faced anything like they will tonight against Barbe, as Barbe tends to run more of a shotgun lead and tends to run more of a pistol formation. So it'll kind of be hard for this Destrehan defense, who prides themselves on run stopping and being a good pass rusher. It's going to be hard to see how they will match up against this dynamic spread pistol and spread shotgun formation tonight. Some keys to tonight's victory: they're going to have to get the ball into their playmakers' hands. So for that, they're going to have to throw the ball to Michael Young, John Williams, Justin Jefferson, players that make key impacts on this offense. Destrehan's defense, led by Louisiana State University recruit Glenn Logan, they're gonna match up really well with this Barbe's running game.
Representing the colors tonight, the LHS Air Force Quality Cadets Tristan Winsdell, Skylar O'Bob, Cordell Rodello, Matt Johnson, Carolyn Powell, and Seth Pickney.
Now as Destrehan gets ready to sing their alma mater, they just got the national anthem out of the way and the prayer. This should be a very, very, very exciting game to see. I want to thank you for those who are watching us tonight. right, and we're about ready to get this game started. Tonight's captains for Destrehan are number 55, Kaylin Brown, number 2, Tremaine Armstrong, number 78, Gerald Wilbon, and number 52, Tajon Sanchez. And while you're at it, why don't you follow us on Instagram and on Twitter at Press the Play, and also visit our website at www.presstheplay.tv. And for the Barbe Buccaneers, their captains on tonight are Damian Fountain, number 42, number 52, Austin Bass, and number 55, Colin Fountain. If I'm Destrehan in this situation, I'm going to defer. If I win the toss, I'm deferring and I'm taking the field the second half. Put your defense on the field first. That always works. And we're going to see how this game matches up. You know, Destrehan, their defense is going to be the key to their win tonight. So it looks like Barbe will receive the kick. Destrehan's offense, who has looked a little bit sloppy in the first half of games this season, they're going to need to turn it around quickly, because Barbe, the way that they're playing, their high-powered offense, you get them on the road and there's no stopping them. The weather for tonight, nice little temperature, 65 degrees. A little windy outside tonight, but tonight should be a very cool game. A great playing weather if you ask me. And right now, Destrehan is setting to kick off by second all-teamer as a kicker, number 62, Hunter Bright. One thing for Destrehan is that their special teams is pretty darn good. They have great people on special teams who know how to recover onside kicks, who know how to get down the field in a hurry and get some great tackles. And on the receiving side of their special teams, they have great return men led by John Williams, who I saw myself can run pretty darn fast. And Barbe feels the kick at about the 12-yard line. He slips a few tackles, but the ball comes out, and all of a sudden they're looking to see, people are calling Destrehan's ball. Destrehan gets up and Destrehan has the ball. So just like that, 6 seconds into tonight's game, Barbe already has a fumble. Destrehan already recovers. And just like that, Destrehan has the ball right now on the 25-yard line, bringing their offense into this game. If you can't ask for better special teams, as I was saying. You can't ask for better special teams than that. So Destrehan's offense set to take the field right now, as they're taking the field. And Cohen Grenier, number 15, he's in the shotgun formation with, and that's going to be a false start. Looks like that's going to be a false start on number 65, Dakota Tobert. So that pushes them back 5 yards. One thing, as I was saying earlier, Destrehan's offense in the first half, they've been playing a little sloppy. And just like that off the bat, you get the ball 6 seconds into the game, and a 5-yard penalty pushes them back. 1st and 15, Grenier in shotgun. He's going deep, wide open, John Williams, and John Williams just struts into the end zone like it's none of his business. Like he's seen the end zone so many times, he just waltzes into the end zone, and just like that, 12 seconds into the game, first points on the board, Destrehan. 6 right now, Barbe still scoreless. Barbe after a fumble on the kick return. Destrehan with great kicking hands and great return men, as it was saying. As they set the kick, this extra point, Destrehan, you can't ask for a better first play of a drive. They started off with the 5-yard penalty, but turned it around quickly, and they got the touchdown. And Hunter Bright set the kick, the extra point, and it is through the middle, and it is good. That's Destrehan 7, Barbe nothing. 11:48 left to go in the first quarter. As you're looking at the replay of how John Williams just struts himself into the end zone. Struts himself. Wide open, middle of the field. That's a great, whoever designed that play, I don't know if it's the head coach or it was just Grenier making a good check down, because it looked like he had an initial bubble screen to number 10, Mike Young, on the far side. It looks like he had, that's where the plate was supposed to be, designed to. But John Williams, you can't ask for better wide receivers than that. Just knows how to make a play. He has a nose for the end zone. And just like it was 12 seconds ago, Hunter Bright set the kickoff. Hopefully this time, maybe Barbe can hold on to the ball. I'm looking on the sidelines here, and this football team is just so pumped up right now. The student section is pumped up. The fans are pumped up. Barbe feels the kick now at the 11-yard line. And like I said, great special teams play, and they pinned Barbe down at exactly the, looks like the 19-yard line, 18-yard line rather. So it's 1st and 10 now. A score again, Destrehan 7 and Barbe nothing. Destrehan defense, the kind of defense that they run, they switch it up so commonly. They can rush you with 5, they can rush you with 3, they can rush you with 4. Their front 7 is just so good. And I'm looking on the field, and I'm looking at Coach Lance Leday, and he's looking like, wow. Number 9 for Barbe, Brian Smith, did actually he started this route a little too quickly. That should have been a false start on number 9. And he did accidentally run into the ref, but it's good to see the referee get up, so the referee's doing good. The referee's doing fine, but that should have been a false start on Barbe. So they're taking it again, 2nd and 10. Destrehan playing with 1 deep safety tonight. And their quarterback, number 7 of Barbe, Gavin Nettles, overthrows number 9, Brian Smith, overthrows him on a quick slant route. 3rd and 10 now for Barbe, 3rd and 10. Destrehan, like I was saying, playing with 1 deep safety. Normally they play with 2 deep safeties, as they only have 2 safeties on the field right now. Oh, and a great chase down. Like I was saying, Destrehan has great defensive rushers. So Destrehan right now taken down by Gerald Wilborn. Initially made first contact with number 95, Jay Stroud, but finally big number 78 clogging up the middle, gets free. Defensive tackle on his way to Texas Longhorns, and I know he's going to do great things out there. If he can continue to keep up the play that he's doing right now, there's no doubt in my mind he's not going to make good progress, and good things are going to happen to him. Deep right now for Destrehan is John Williams. Gets the punt off, a little short punt, but John Williams fills it at his 45, makes a little cut back, and a nice block there by, looks like, number 34, Macon Clark, and John Williams makes a little shake and bake happen, and he brings it to his sidelines, and he takes it down as he finally is getting met by a few Barb's special teams players. We're looking at the replay here of that sack. Gerald Wilbon just a little too quick on his feet for number 7, Gavin Nettles of the Barb offense. Their quarterback. If their offensive line can't hold them, the defense, this might be a blowout. 10:37 left in the game in the first quarter. Deep, they're looking deep, but Cohen Grenier makes the wrong read. He had number 2, Tremaine Armstrong, wide open in the middle of the field, and he underthrows intended receiver Michael Young on the strong side of the field. So second down now for this Destrehan offense. They're going to have to capitalize on plays like that. You have a receiver open in the middle of the field. You can't miss him. Destrehan now running the bunch with a little bubble screen out to Michael Young. A good block by John Williams, and it brings Michael Young to about the 21-yard line. Looks like it's going to be 31 now for Destrehan. Watch Michael Young at the top of your screen. And they up. And looks like a quick bubble screen right there to Tremaine Armstrong. He makes a few people miss as he's trying to fight for the touchdown, but he's ultimately brought down by 2 of Barb's defensive men. Tremaine Armstrong, if he would have got just a little bit more wiggle room, he would have been taking that in for 6 points. Destrehan is going into the no-hurry offense right now. And they run the ball with Karan Taylor. He gets in, he crosses the plane of the field. He gets in for the score. Number 8, Karan Taylor, the running back for Destrehan, the very speedy Karan Taylor. Just like that, with 9:55 left in the opening quarter, Destrehan's up 13-0 with the ensuing point after coming right now. And the point after is good right down the middle for Hunter Bright. Destrehan now 14, Barb nothing. Barb, I'm assuming, is going to try to get their hands into one of their playmakers again. And that's probably either going to be number 9, Brian Smith, or see if they can get something out of junior quarterback Gavin Nettles. Talking about Destrehan hasn't lost a regular season game on the field since 2012. I know we all recall the one time that Destrehan did have a loss taken away from them against South Lafourche back in 2013. And that was their only record loss in the regular season. But on the field, they've just dominated any and everyone. Destrehan now set to kick off. And Hunter Bright kicks a little line drive, fielded at the 10-yard line. And they bring him down finally. Big tackle by Chad Serrano. Big tackle by Chad Serrano down at the 25-yard line. Barb now, as I was doing a little research on Barb, their starters, none of their starters on the offensive side is under 5'10". Barb now hands it off. Gavin Nettles hands it off to their running back, Kirkland Banks, and he makes a little room, gets about a yard or two on the play. Barb has some very, very tall weapons on this field. The tallest being star wide receiver Brian Smith, who is 6'4", 215. And they threw a flag on the play. Looks like it's going to be false start on the offense. That's false start on the offense. That's going to push them back 5 yards. Second down now. And this game is being played at Wildcat Stadium in Destrehan, Louisiana. Cool nickname that I was hearing some of the football players talking about is they commonly like to refer it to as the jungle, as a little trickery was on the play, as a quick, very quick little drop off was made from Gavin Nettles to their running back Kirkland Banks, who was sent in motion, and then got a nice little quick little 10 yards on that play. It is now 31 at the 34-yard line. And they run Kirkland Banks, and just like I said before, Destrehan with great run stoppers, they stop him, and he's ultimately taken down by number 95, Jay Stroud, and number 43, Alex Zayed. Barb now set to bring their special teams, their punt team on the field. And just looking at the replay, there was no room for him on that play, as he was just taken down quickly. Back to receive is dangerous number 9, John Williams. Nice kick. John Williams takes it. Should have been a fair catch, as too many defenders were right there next to him, and ultimately he's taken down for negative gainage on the play. That's just a little, just a little bad mental mistake there by John Williams. But nevertheless, Destrehan does take over at the 25-yard line with 7:51 left in the game. 14-0, Destrehan leads. Cohen Grenier in the shotgun formation, and he hands the ball off to Karan Taylor, whose initial hole was just clogged up by these quick Barb defenders, and he's taken down for no gain on the play. Second down now. Back in the shotgun formation, watch number 10, the quick Michael Young. They do a play action up, but a flag was on the play, and the play is blown dead. Let's see what they call it. And they're gonna call it a false start on the offense. So Destrehan, like I said, with the sloppy playing, penalties is not gonna help their situation in this game. So it's back now, 2nd and 16 on the 19-yard line for Destrehan as they're going again. Grenier with a nice rollout, get a nice block, and he throws the ball to John Williams, but John Williams, I guess that ball was just a little too hard for him to handle, and he could not maintain it. Little too much mustard on that hot dog. Third down now for the Wildcats. Big number 64 for Barb, Richard Wheaton, I think might make a nice play if they can get past this offensive line. If he can get past the offensive line, there might be a sack or a fumble or something on this play. And just like I said, he couldn't get past them. but Barb did give a little pressure, causing the overthrow by Grenier. So Grenier overthrows intended receiver Justin Jefferson. Big number 64 for Barb, Richard Wheaton. He was double teamed on the play, so Destrehan did have a great scheme against him to try to keep him from getting into the backfield. But now Destrehan is set to punt. Number 18, Will Sermon, is now set to punt the ball. And he gets a nice little punt, and it's fielded at the 47 by Kirkland Banks. And he doesn't go anywhere on the plays. He's met quickly. Barb now set to take the field again. Keys for Barb on this drive: get the ball to Brian Smith. Get the ball to Brian Smith. They can get the ball to Brian Smith on the outside. Good things are going to happen for this Barb offense. Good things are going to happen for this Barb offense. So they're going trips. They're going trips left. And they motion a few people. And they keeps the Gavin Nettles keeps the ball after a little play fake, but he doesn't go anywhere. He gains only a yard. Second down now. Ball placed at the 50. Let's see what they do here. Destrehan only playing with one deep safety. Look to go for more play action. More play action on the play for Barb. They only have one deep safety. It's going to be hard to defend against the play action. And a quick little pass there to Brian Smith, who has the ball knocked out of him by one of Destrehan's biggest athletes, Chad Serrano, who plays offense, defense, special teams. Anywhere you need him, he plays it. He starts on defense as cornerback, but also tends to get a few snaps on offense as running back, and he also has great hands on the special teams. 39 now at the 50-yard line for Barb. Kirkland Bank goes in motion, and they drew him offside. Offside there. Matt Young gets a little too quick on his feet, and he jumps offsides. So that's going to bring them up 5 yards. Ball now at the 45. Barb in Destrehan territory. 3rd and 4 now for this Barb offense. Gavin Nettles in the shotgun formation. Quick rollout, but he's met there by Matt Young. As Matt Young, he says, I'll get the penalty, but I'm going to make up for it, as he brings Gavin Nettles all the way back to the 34-yard line. If you can't do your math at home, the ball was initially placed at the 55 and just driven backwards. As you're looking at the play, just driven backwards by Matt Young. So here's Destrehan now. John Williams set to take the kick. Ooh, kick almost blocked. I think they might have gotten a hand on it there. CJ Prieto might have gotten a hand on that ball, as that ball came out just a little bit off and a little bit tipped. Destrehan's offense now set to take the field again. Destrehan needs to get the ball either to Justin Jefferson, and he's had no looks on today, but him being such a tall receiver matches up well against Destrehan's Barb's tall secondary. So they need to get him the ball. Destrehan, for one of the first times in a while, has a tight end, number 82, Kobe Duhan. They don't normally have a tight end. They give the ball to Karan Taylor, and he cuts it up the field for minimal gain. and they get the ball to Tremaine Armstrong, who does a quick little turnaround, but they blow the play dead. He wasn't initially tackled at all, but they blow the play dead, and that's going to be a very minimal game, if any gain at that. Looks to be an injury on number 14 for Barb, Ty Manuel. Looks like he might have rolled his ankle or something as he tries to hop up off the field, but he can't make it, so he just falls down to his feet, and hopefully that injury is not too serious. We're looking at some highlights from so far from this Destrehan team. The first play of the game, fumble recovery, as that's what caused Destrehan to get to this quick offensive lead, this quick lead of 14-0. And Ty Manuel does walk off the field with a little help. He walks off the field as Destrehan prepares to retake the field now, 3rd and 1 at the 35-yard line for Destrehan. And Barb with a little confusion trying to draw the off. Wow. Barb sends the confusion, and I guess it confuses the offensive line of Destrehan, and Destrehan wasn't able to make anything out of that run by Karan Taylor. But let's see if they go for it. It is 4th down. Looks to be some confusion there by the... Okay, so now they're going to bring out the chains to see if he actually got the first down. Looked like they initially ruled it as a 4th down. Dead ball. And they do get it. Destrehan does get the few inches that they need, and they barely got it by about half the football. But hey, a first down is a first down. So now it is 1st and 10. Ball at the 36-yard line. Destrehan, 4:11 left in the game, is up 14-0 over Barb. Number 10, Michael Young at the top of your screen, and Justin Jefferson, number 12 at the bottom. Let's see if they go to them. But he doesn't. He goes to John Williams, and John Williams makes a great cut. He gets a great block, and he's just running. He's running with this amazing speed. He can't be tackled. He won't be tackled, but he's finally taken down at the 10-yard line by Barb. He shook about 6-7 people just getting away. I'm talking about that was almost 60-yard play there by Destrehan. Actually, it was over a 60-yard play. Destrehan, if they can keep up this kind of high-tempo offense, they can do marvelous things in this game. And it's going to be easy sledding for them as they are now at the 10-yard line. Cohen Granier in the shotgun formation. They hand the ball off to Karan Taylor. He runs up the hole, gains 5 yards as he's taken down by a few of Barb's defenders. As we're looking at the replay now, we're looking at the replay of this run by Karan Taylor. He cuts it up the middle of the field, and he gets 5 yards on the play. Barb's secondary just couldn't handle the speed of John Williams. 2nd and 5 now. And they go to the play fake to Cohen Granier. Cohen Granier trucks over a defender, leaves him on the field helpless, and dives into the end zone for the touchdown. With 3:03 left in the first quarter, Destrehan is up 20-0. As I was looking this morning on an article, they actually had, as we're looking at the replay, they actually had Destrehan on max preps pinned at 21 points in the first quarter, and Barb only at 10. But as we can see, Destrehan, if they make this point after, which they do, they make the point after, and it has them with 3:03 left in the first quarter up 21-0. Barb still scoreless, but Barb is having a tough time getting the ball to their star receiver, Brian Smith. Brian Smith has been very, very covered. She's not getting them any open room on the sidelines. Nothing. Destrehan now about to kick off. Hunter Bright now set to kick off. And he kicks the ball down to the deep sideline, and it's fielded quickly. But he doesn't get anywhere on the play. Number 82, Jalen Smith, didn't really get that much on the play. Destrehan now. Something interesting that I'm seeing on the field. Destrehan normally plays with starting free safety Kendall Anderson and strong safety Alvin Joseph. But as I'm looking, Alvin Joseph has not started a snap for this Destrehan's defense, as he is spot is taken by number 11, Tyler Addison. But second down now, 2nd and 9. Gavin Nettles barely gets the ball off. Oh, that could have been a big play. A big hit there by Macon Clark. If Kirkland Banks wouldn't have, if he wouldn't have dug down that quick, his whole body would have been completely destroyed, as Macon Clark had a great chance of just ending his life right there on the play. I mean, we're looking at the highlight here, at the replay, and if Macon Clark gets there a half a second earlier, that's going to be a big hit. Gerald Wilborn almost gets to the sack, which rushed the throw there by Gavin Nettles, as it is 3rd and 9 now at the 21-yard line. Looks like Destrehan's going to bring a little pressure, as they do bring a little pressure. And once again, number 97, he gets to the backfield. That's a Glenn Logan. And the brawl does go to Brian Smith, and he's angry. He wants a flag on the play, but that was great coverage by number 5, Chad Serrano, and great help there by number 1, Kendall Anderson. 2:16 left in the first quarter. We're looking at the replay. .216 left in the first quarter. It is 4th and 9 for Barb. They're kicking. They're punting the ball off once again to John Williams. A nice kick, and it's fielded at the 45. And John Williams tries to make something out of nothing, but he gets taken back, and he's brought down at about the 47-yard line of Barb. They're into Barb's territory now. Grenier hands the ball off to Christian Mosley, who's very fast, and he gets to the edge. He gets a great little run up the field on the sidelines as he's pushed out of bounds But Christian Mosley, who also runs track in the offseason, he runs at about a 4.6, 4.7, so he's very fast. And if he gets one hole, he might take it the distance. Destrehan now, 1:56 left in the game, in the first quarter rather. Grenier hands the ball off again to Mosley, and Mosley, like I said, if he gets a hole, he's going to take it the distance, and he gets almost to the end zone as he's brought down. And Christian Mosley just very, very, very fast. As we're looking at the replay on that play, he just gets through the hole and he just bursts up the field for a nice gain. And they hand the ball off to their bell cow runner, Christian Mosley, and he doesn't get as much yardage on this play, I guess because he's just a little exhausted from them 2 big runs he had 2 plays earlier. As he comes out and Karan Taylor goes back in. Destrehan, their whole offensive running backs, they were all very, very fast. So it seems like you can't ever stop them. You take one out and you got to defend against the other one. As they going for the quick pass, Cohen Grenier to John Williams over the middle, and a nice touchdown. A nice touchdown throw there by Cohen Grenier. Destrehan up now 27-0. If they make the ensuing kickoff, it'll be 28-0. Hunter Bright now on the kickoff, the extra point. And it's almost blocked, but he does get it through the end zone on a low line drive kick. So Destrehan now up 28-0 against Barbe in the first quarter, that is. First quarter, Destrehan's up 28-0. A game that people thought that might go down until the last few seconds of this game to see who's actually going to get the win. But it seems like Destrehan and their high-powered offense, they turned around the struggles that they were having in the first half of a few of these games, and they're playing like we normally see them play, how we're accustomed to see them play. And they're just tearing it up on the offense already. Their defense is playing great. Barbe hasn't even gotten past into Destrehan territory but one time, and they didn't even get past the 40-yard line. Hunter Bright now set to kick off. Number 82 deep for Barbe. Number 82, Jalen Smith. Let's see if he fields it. They have 3 people deep. And Kirkland Banks actually gets to return as he gets to the side, gets a few blocks, but a block in the back by number 43. So they're going to call that a block in the back by Barbe by number 43 on Alvin Joseph as he sends him flying, but that's going to be a flag, and they're going to send him real back. He's going to go back. That's going to be a loss on the play. So depending on where they set him, they are setting the ball. Seems like they're going to set the ball at the 12-yard line. So a penalty brings back Barbe 5 yards on the kickoff, or 10 yards rather, on the kickoff. So that eliminates any possibility that they had a good field position, as they are pinned deep into their own territory. And they're going to give a quick handoff to Kirkland Banks, and Kirkland Banks slips a few tackles and he gets to the secondary, but he's taken down by Kendall Anderson, who doesn't allow him to get past him. They let him get past him. He has a whole lot of green in front of him, so that would have been a quick and easy touchdown for Kirkland Banks. Second down now. Actually, he did get the first down. Let's see if they go to him again. Gavin Nettles changing the play as they do go to him again, but this time he's met by Destrehan's big defensive lineman, and he's taken down for little gain. Second down now for Barbe. And they hand the ball off again to Kirkland Banks. But this time he doesn't get a lot of yards. He does get a few yards on the play, looks like about 2 yards. And that will be the end of the first quarter, with Destrehan up 28-0 as their teams are switching halves of the field. Destrehan up 28-0. And hey, join us, the Wetlands Watcher, at a Wetlands Watchers Revier, produced by the Satellite Center and the HRT team, benefiting the Harryhurst Middle School Wetland Watchers in the River Room on Luling on December 13th, 2015 from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you have more info, any questions, just check out wetlandwatchersrevier.org to see more information. So now, Barbe on a 3rd and 10 as we're coming back to the second quarter. He gets a quick slant, a little trickery, nice trickery, and he does a quick slant to Brian Sims, and Brian Sims does a quick little dump toss to number 82, Jalen Smith. But number 82, Jalen Smith, is met by a lot of Destrehan linebackers and defenders as he's taken down. Actually, he's thrown down immediately for no yards as they tried to shake it up a little bit, give a little flair into their offense, but that didn't work. So let's see if their defense can hold Destrehan out of the end zone as they are once again. And back deep to receive the punt, number 9, John Williams. And he barely gets the punt off. Punt does a few bounces, and John Williams fills the ball, takes it. He's trying to cut back, but he's going the wrong way, and he's thrown back further than he had. Let's see if they give him forward momentum. And they don't. So they pin him back down into their own territory. The keys to this are offensive drive. They need to get the ball to the outside. So look for them to do a few check downs, maybe to Mike Young, and a check down, deep pass maybe to Justin Jefferson as Mike Young goes into motion. But they hand the ball off to Karan Taylor, who goes straight up the middle into a hole, brings the ball to the 50-yard line. Second down now. Destrehan doesn't really go under center that much. They tend to do a lot of their offense out of the spread shotgun formation. They send in Justin Jefferson in motion again, and he goes deep. Oh, and an interception there. A bad throw, as he didn't put that much into it, didn't put enough into it, and the ball is picked off. Ball is picked off by number 10, Shane Antonez, for the Barbe Buccaneers. A good read, just a bad throw. As we're looking at the replay on that, he had a very good read. If he puts a little more on that ball, he gets Michael Young across in the field, and it could have been some points on that play. And Cohen Grenier, who that would be his 5th interception of the season, he doesn't have many turnover issues, but he does turn the ball over there. As Kirkland Banks tries to run up the middle of the field, but he doesn't get much yardage on the play. Second down now. Let's see if they can capitalize. They want to get some kind of points up on the board. And Barbe, that is. They capitalize off the turnover. Looks like that play was supposed to be a run, but a little confusion by Kirkland Banks and Gavin Nettles, as Gavin Nettles has to hold on to the ball, and he gets brought down by number 97, Glenn Logan, for a loss on the play. As you can see on the replay, it was supposed to be a run on that play, it looks like, but just a little confusion and caused to a sack on the play, as he was trying to make a little something out of nothing, but nothing was there for him to make something out of. Gavin Nettles now on the high snap. He rolls out, looking deep, but he gets a number, looks like that's Kirkland Banks. He gets wide in the middle of the field. Yes, that's Kirkland Banks that he connects to for a nice deep ball, and it brings the Barbe Buccaneers closer to the 50-yard line, closer into Destrehan territory. Let's see now with the empty backfield, a little motion by Kirkland Banks, and Gavin Nettles keeps the ball, runs up the middle of the hole, and gets to about the 50-yard line of Destrehan. So right now, if they can continue with this positive play and they can put some points up on the board by the end of this second quarter, they might be in pretty good shape to at least make some kind of attempt at a comeback. And Gavin Nettles now, empty backfield, shotgun spread. They're sending Kirkland Banks in motion. They do a little play action to him, and they get the ball to their tall wide receiver, number 9, as he's taken down by number 5 of Destrehan. But he does get the first down. And Brian Smith, who looks like a skinnier version of Calvin Johnson, almost looks like the high school version of Megatron, as he's 6'4", 215, the biggest player on the field right now. Barbe now in the pistol formation. A little high snap, so Gavin Nettles keeps the ball. Actually, he pitches the ball, and Kirkland Banks cuts up the sideline, but accidentally steps out of bounds. So that will give them a third down now. If he would have stayed in bounds, could have had the first down, could have had a nice long run, but he steps out of bounds. It'll be their ball, Barbe, second down now at the 33-yard line. They're marching into Destrehan's territory, but for Barbe, it's 8:12 left in the quarter. I know the clock's not running, but if I'm Barbe, I'm trying to go into my hurry-up offense to see how many points they can possibly pick up before this half is over. Quick snap here, and they make the nice little play fake, but Gavin Nettles keeps the ball and doesn't fool in Destrehan's lineman as Destrehan takes them down. Looks like that was big number 78, Gerald Wilbon. As we're looking at the replay, Gerald Wilbon and Alex Zayed on the tackle. Gavin Nettles now, empty backfield. Quick pass to Brian Sims. He makes the catch, but he's taken down by number 5, Chad Serrano. He gets the first down. 7:27 left. So here they come now. Looks like Destrehan is making a change on their defense. He had the initial play he wanted, and just like that, wow. Just like that, Brian Smith, who's just too tall for Chad Serrano, just makes a leap and catch. Chad Serrano had a great chance. If he was a little bit taller, he had a great chance of picking that ball off. but Brian Smith just too big and too strong. Gets the ball and he plows into the end zone for the score. So that puts Barbe on the board, 28-6. And if they can make this extra point, we'll make it 28-7 with 6:58 left in the first half. And it is good, but Maddox Lemons, their kicker, so that puts Barbe up now on the board, 28-0. They're still trailing down by 3 scores. As you're looking at the student section whose theme for tonight was, we're gonna camo out. We're gonna camo out Barbe. And the little inside thing that they try to do in the student section is, you can't see the student section because they're wearing all camo. You can't see them tonight. As for the last few games, they've actually have been very unseen. And the football team who thrives off the noise of the crowd, the student section tends to give them the most noise, but last week the student section just wasn't there. So now Maddox Lemons set to kick off. Deep, John Williams, but they do a little onside kick, and but Destrehan does recover the ball. Looks like initially that Barbe had a great chance at recovering the ball after one of their special teams men just came in with a big hit and just laid out number 50, Jonathan Duhan. So now Destrehan set 2 running backs from the plate, both Karante and Christian Mosley. Man, they hand the ball off to Christian Mosley, but he slips a tackle and a nice block there, and he's cutting up the field. He only has one man to beat. And he beats him, and he strolls into the end zone like it's nobody's business. And I'm sitting next to the coaches up here, and they're going crazy up here in the press box, and nobody touches Christian Mosley as he's able to waltz into the end zone. He scores on a very, very long run after a nice block by Cohen Grenier, sets up the nice field for Christian Mosley to run through. He gets to the sideline and he cuts it up the field like it's nobody's business. And once again, Destrehan gets on the scoreboard. Well, actually, no. Destrehan doesn't get on the scoreboard because the referees do rule Christian Mosley out of bounds. At first, they had to give him the touchdown, but now they're ruling him out of bounds. So now it's 1st and 10. Now it's 1st and 10 by Destrehan, and a run by Karan Taylor doesn't go anywhere. So a long touchdown to be called back by the referees. Christian Mosley cuts it up the field, gets to the sideline, and what they thought was a touchdown was actually called back by the refs. And the refs ruled him out of bounds. 2nd and 7 now. See, they hand the ball off to Taylor again, and they do. This time Taylor gets a lot of good yardage. And then see if they can get into the end zone. It is 3rd down now. See if they can get into the end zone. Grenier in shotgun formation. He looks for the quick pass, throws a little nice flare to Justin Jefferson, but some great coverage by number 19, Raymond Stevenson of Barbe, causes Justin Jefferson to fumble the ball a little bit, and he couldn't hold on to the ball. But a nice little flare pass to the end to Destrehan's number 12, Justin Jefferson. Now we're looking and we're trying to see what's going on, and they're going to send out the kicking unit. I'm surprised Destrehan didn't go for it in this situation, 4th and 4, but they're going to send out the kicking unit and get the easy 3 points. Hunter Bright set the kick, snaps down, kick right through the middle. So 31-7 now, as Hunter Bright adds 3 points. 5:27 left in the first half. So, Destrehan now ready to kick off. Hunter Bright now setting at the 40-yard line to kick off. Destrehan up 31-7. Destrehan's offense comes out of the gate strong. Seems like their defense is playing even stronger, as their defense has only allowed 1 touchdown in the first half to a team that normally scores willy-nilly, as they puts up a lot of points. Hunter Bright kicks the ball to the 5-yard line as the ball is fielded. Ball fielded there by number 25, Kobe Robinson of the Barbe Buccaneers. So Destrehan's defense, their defense is what they thrive on. This is a defensive-led school. They love to play that hard-nosed defense, locked down, as they got Kendall number 1 now on Brian Smith, and a horrible pass by Gavin Nettles as 52, Tajon Sanchez gets the interception, and he brings it all the way back to the house for an interception return touchdown. So that's now putting Destrehan up, rather. Let's see, but there was a flag on the play. We're looking at the replay, trying to see what the flag is. It was a flag on the play, so they're gonna call that back. They're going to call the return touchdown back. As it was a personal foul, roughing the passer on the play. So they're going to call the touchdown back and give Barbe 15 yards. So the score now 31-7 still. They call back the pick 6 by Tajon Sanchez. And now it is 1st and 10 for Barbe. And Gavin Nettles with a quick little slant pass on a bubble screen, number 81, Devin Coughlin. But a flag as Destrehan's player gets a little rowdy. A flag on the play now, and that's going to be another personal foul. Hopefully they won't throw another flag there on Coach Robichaux, who just lost his mind, and Coach today, who's going a little crazy on the sideline. Hopefully they don't throw another flag and give them another 15 yards. Another flag. Just like I said, hopefully it wouldn't have happened, but they do throw another flag, so that's going to be another 15 yards. So that's 2 back-to-back personal fouls on the team, unsportsmanlike conduct on the coach and on the players, as they're going to advance the ball. And we're trying to see now, the officials are gathering together. They're a new rule that's been put in place. If a player or a coach or anyone gets 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in one game, you're out. It automatic ejection, and they put you out. They send you out So that's what they were doing. They were just making sure that they had the right numbers and the right people to give that penalty to. As they continue to move the ball forward. So now Barbe takes over at Destrehan's 34-yard line. And once again, they're putting number 1 at the bottom of your screen, Kendall Anderson, on big number 9. But they do a little trick play. They do a little trickery. And they give the ball to Kirkland Banks. But Kirkland Banks does give a little pitch pass to Jalen Smith on a little reverse option. But Jalen Smith doesn't go anywhere on the play. And he's tackled and he's taken down by number 78, Gerald Wilbon, who didn't take any of the confusion, brought back down for a loss of 9 yards. So it's 2nd and 19 now for Barbe for 4:28 with the clock rolling left in the first half. And they're trying to add some more points to the score, but hopefully Destrehan's defense can keep it up. Gavin Nettles throws a little flare, but he overthrows him a lot. Overthrows his intended receiver, Brian Smith, a lot. And now it is 3rd down and 19. And they're trying to see if they can at least get the ball back with a little bit of clock left, as it's 4:09 left in the first half. As the fans and the student section of Destrehan going crazy now, they're getting pumped up. And the timeout now called by Barbe, as Barbe takes their first charge timeout of the game. Barbe had to take the timeout with the clock running down. As all the players and all the fans, they're just hyped up. If Destrehan can continue this kind of play in the second half, they're going to be in pretty good shape to win this game. And on the field now, they're trying to get this crowd as loud as they can get them. As it is 3rd and 19, ball at the 42-yard line. And Barbe is trying to make something here out of this possession. As he gets a nice run, a nice little nice block in there. As he gets a deep pass off, deep. And it is intercepted there. It's a little tip ball, and it's intercepted by number 22, Alvin Joseph. And they tipped the ball. Initially, it was supposed to be a sack there, but Mac Young was not able to wrap him up. And Gavin Nello slips through as Alvin Joseph gets his 2nd career interception and his 1st interception of this season. Talking with Alvin Joseph, an interception is something that he really wanted in this game. He'd been trying to get an interception all season. They switched his position. He normally plays cornerback, but then they switched him to strong safety. And then I'm looking at him on the sideline. He's going crazy right now as he gets his 1st interception of this season, something that he really wanted. So Destrehan takes the ball over now with 3:53 left to go in the first half. Their offense, they're going to try to milk this clock and see how many yards they can get on this possession, see if they can score, if anything. As a nice run there by number 8, Karan Taylor. He cuts it up the middle of the field. He cuts it up the middle of the field, and he gets... And they run Karan Taylor again. He gets behind his blockers, and he brings the ball to about the 38, 39-yard line. Second down now, 2nd and 4 for Destrehan. With 3:15 on the clock rolling, they hand the ball off again to Karan Taylor, but this time he gets the first down, runs into the ref a little bit, but he hits the sideline and he's running. He gets a great gain, and he gets the ball out of the onto the sideline and stops the clock at 3:05. As if he wouldn't have gotten tripped up by that referee, he might have taken that one deep into the end zone, probably for a score. And they hand the ball off now to, looks like, Christian Mosley, as he gets minimal yardage. Second quarter now, in the 2:45 left with the clock rolling. Left in the first half. Grenier in shotgun formation. He gets out, nice little pickup block by Christian Mosley, as it allows Cohen Grenier to get to the sidelines, and he brings it up the field for the first down. Cohen Grenier, who's real swifty on his feet, he's really not that really not a running quarterback, but he's very mobile and he has a great pocket. He has a great pocket presence, very agile, very hard to take down. Destrehan doesn't allow that many sacks. There's some great blocking up front by their offensive linemen. As they're bringing the chains out to see if he actually got the first down, and it looks like he gets the first down, but he gets it by about half an inch. But at least he does get the first down, and like I said earlier in the broadcast, the first down is the first down, so that means a new set of downs for them, as it is now 1st and 10 on the 23-yard line. Destrehan with 2:10 left in the first half, looking to make a score before the half is over. Destrehan now shotgun formation. Christian Mosley in the backfield with Cohen Grenier looking to make something out of nothing here. Let's see what they do. And he goes deep, wide open again across the middle of the field. A senior wide receiver, John Williams, who is just turning up this game. Nobody can stop him from getting into the end zone. He has missed the end zone written across his forehead, and he strolls in again for his 3rd touchdown reception of the game. And John Williams just having a great night tonight. He does this kind of stuff on a daily basis in practice. He does it in games. He is their #1 go-to receiver, and he makes plays for this Destrehan offense, but nobody else can. He does so much for this Destrehan offense, and nobody can really stop him. He has great hands, great speed, and great IQ. Therefore, he knows what he's doing, knows where he's going, and he has the speed to get there. As Hunter Bright kicks the extra point, and the extra point is good, and that puts Destrehan up 38-7 over Barbe. 38-7 over Barbe, and 1:47 left in the game. Destrehan dominating defense, only allowing 7 points, barely allowing 7 points. Their offense being dynamic as they normally do, but in past games, in recent games, they have been a little sloppy in the first half. Seems like their offense and their defense can't do anything wrong. .147 to go left in the first half. Hunter Bright now set to kick off. And Hunter Bright kicks a little squib kick down the middle of the field, and it's picked up by number 82 of Jalen Smith, but he's taken down immediately, and the ball does initially come out, but he does hold on to it. So Barb's offense now does come back onto the field with 1:41 left in the first half to see if they can add something to the scoreboard. Gavin Nettles now hands the ball off to Kirkland Banks, who just splits up the middle of the defense into a nice little hole created by the offensive line, and it brings him down. Second down now for second and 3 now for him. 1:25 with the clock rolling left in the first half. As they get the ball quickly to a slant right to Brian Smith, the big receiver. And that's moving the chains, and he gets the ball out of bounds. 1:09 left now in the first half. Let's see what Barb does here. Going deep, and just a nice diving catch by Brian Sims. Let's see if they rule it a catch. They do rule it a catch, and a nice diving catch by Brian Sims. One guy is just hard to cover him because he's just so big. He's so strong, and he's fast also. Barb now 55 seconds with the clock rolling. Let's see what they do. They go deep again. This time they get the ball to number 81, David Coughlin, on the outside. Gain of 7, second and 3 now. .48 seconds left. Nice little coverage there on the play by Destrehan on Kirkland Banks. Nice little coverage on him and doesn't allow him to get the ball. 43 seconds now, 3rd and 3. Let's see what Barb does. If they can get the ball down a little bit more, they can stop the clock. They have 2 timeouts left. They might be able to get a field goal depending on what this play that is about to come up, how this play goes. And they throw a nice little flash route. They wanted the offensive pass interference there as number 9, Brian Smith, he does push off on Kendall Anderson a little bit, but they didn't get the call on that one as Gavin Nettles just overthrows him. As you see on your replay, he does just get a little shove on him. So it's 4th and 3 now. Barb keeps their offense on the field. As they get the ball to Gavin Nettles, he tries to get the first down. He dives for it, but he does not get it, and that forces them to turn the ball over. 34 seconds left in the first half. 38-7 with the Wildcats up, and if the Wildcats take a 2 knees here, they're going to be in good position going into the second half. So they're just going to take a knee here. And one more knee is gonna do it. And that will do it. And that will do it. As you can hear the excitement from the coaching staff of this Destrehan offense. They're very excited as Destrehan takes the lead 38-7 into the second half. Hopefully they can keep it up. Barb, they're going to have to turn it around on offense and defense and make something out of nothing. Follow us while you're at it on Press to Play at Instagram and on Twitter, and visit us at www.presstoplay.tv for more information and news. That's Caress Cotton for the first half, and we'll be back with you with the second half shortly afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the Dusty Darlings are excited to be performing their team to Wildcat Stadium, played by the Barbe and Destrehan band. The Dusties will soon to captain the eighth play. We have LHSAA with Fabulous and William Muffin. They're going to show KOS and Jessica over there. The Dusties would like to thank the top sponsors, DM Worker Incorporated, and Nurse Fitness, Sermon, St. Bruce Trust Center, the AC States Academy, Ford Marine, Kitchen Charter, Justice, and CD Plumbing. We know this contest is played like they're going to be the key game of the game. At halftime,
And welcome back to the second half of Destrehan versus Barbe in the second round of the Class 5A playoffs of Louisiana. Destrehan went into the first half leading 38-7 with some great play by their offense in the first half. Barbe, they had received the toss and they elected to receive the kick, which means that Destrehan will get the kick in the second half as Barbe is set now to kick off to Destrehan, and deep for Destrehan is number 9, John Williams. And they do a little onside kick, but this time the kick is fielded by number 50, Jonathan Duhan of Destrehan. The onside kick didn't really work that good, so now it's going to put Destrehan in great field position in front of their 50-yard line.
Yeah, Correz, that was kind of expected there. You're down by a lot of points. You're just trying to make desperate moves to get the ball.
Destrehan now operating out of the shotgun as they've done for the majority of their season this year. Cohen Grenier now puts in motion Mike Young, and Mike Young takes the handoff, and he cuts it back up the field, and Cohen Grenier with another nice block as Michael Young tries to find a little real estate, but he runs out of room, and he gets brought down by several Barbe defenders at around the 45-yard line.
Yeah, the coaches are really upset with him running backwards. He could have had that first down if he would have just dropped his shoulders and dove forward.
Cohen Grenier now. Again, they put in motion Mike Young, and they fake it to him, and Cohen Grenier goes deep, and once again with the same play that has caught John Williams 3 touchdown passes already in this game. They get him in the middle of the field for a nice gain, but there is a flag on the play after the play is over, and John Williams now is tearing up this Barbe secondary.
Cohen Grenier had just enough time to throw that ball to a wide open John Williams with a defender about 2 or 3 steps behind him. That's blown coverage.
And the play in the flag will be on Barbe. And it puts Destrehan at the 3-yard line. Cohen Grenier look to hand off to Karan Taylor, as they do. Karan Taylor gets behind them big hog maulers up front, and it brings the ball down to about the 1-yard line.
Destrehan within striking distance.
Let's see if they hand the ball off to Taylor again. They don't. They go to a little motion with Grenier. He throws a nice strike to number 9, John Williams. John Williams is lighting up this Barbe secondary. Seems like every pass he catch is either a first down or a touchdown. 10:37 left to go in the third quarter. And Destrehan just gets on the board again, 44-7 with the point after coming. And if they make it, it'll be Destrehan 45, Barbe 7. And the kick is low, but it is good. And they make it, and it is now 45-7, Destrehan winning.
You come back after halftime, you try to do a little onside kick to try to get yourself in the game. But in return, you give Destrehan a short field and they score. And the game is just slowly slipping further and further away for the Barbe Buccaneers.
Yeah, one thing that Destrehan has been able to do well in this game is that they have been able to shut down Barbe star wide receiver number 9, Brian Smith. Brian Smith has been targeted 7 times but only has 3 receptions, and those 3 receptions, one went for a touchdown on a blown coverage, but the other 2 were only for minimal gain. And Hunter Bright kicks the ball down deep, fielded at about the 17-yard line, and met by Destrehan, great special teams players. And he doesn't get that much yardage on the play. That's number 81, David Coughlin, on the return.
A little score update from the St. Amant-Hanville game. They are tied at 27 in the third quarter.
Another score update. Destrehan's one weakness, Acadiana, is losing to 6th ranked Parkway 35-12 in the third quarter. And that is good for Destrehan because Destrehan, who has lost to Acadiana 2 straight years, would have had to go play at Acadiana if Acadiana would have won next week. But hopefully, if Parkway keeps up the great play, and Destrehan grabs the win here today, which they probably will. Parkway will have to come to Destrehan next week. And that was just a nice big run there by Barb's running back, Kirkland Banks, as he gets the first down. As you can see, well, you can't really see now, but on the sideline, Barb has broken out the signal cars as the crowd noise here at Destrehan Stadium, also known as the Jungle, is a little too loud for them to communicate and call plays.
You had some pressure on the play. Looks like some defensive linemen slipped there. And they were about a couple steps away from getting a sack.
Let's see what Barb does now. Gavin Nettles, their quarterback, number 7, operating out of that pistol formation as they like to run so much. And they send number 82 in motion, and they pitch it to him. Number 82, Jalen Smith, give it to him on a little quick pass, little quick pitch, and he comes up, cuts up the field for a little gain.
It's 3rd down and 7, and this Destrehan defense has been playing very stout. We'll see what the Buccaneers go for on 3rd and 7.
And they pass it to number 81, David Carflett, but they do rule it not a catch. So it is 4th down now, and Barb Wilson on their punting unit.
Chad Serrano there just denied that pass. He pinned the defender on the sidelines where he couldn't catch it inbounds. And back deep, you have Mr. Dangerous.
And a high snap on the play, and he gets it on a nice little bounce, but John Williams will stay away from it, and the ball is spotted down at around the 22-yard line.
You see Coach Stephen Robichaux there on the sidelines patrolling. He doesn't show much emotion unless it's a bad play by the refs. Either a bad call or a bad play.
First down now for Destrehan, and they hand the ball off to Karan Taylor, who gets underneath that tackle, and he makes something out of what should have been a loss of yardage. He brings it up the middle of the field, and he gets some good yards on a play.
Yeah, Taylor has been very good at slipping tackles, running away from the defenders, and just making something that looks like a loss or busted play into a gain.
And they hand the ball off to Karan Taylor again, but this time he gets the good blockers, and he gets up the field, gets the first down, but there is a flag on the play, and we're going to see who the flag is on. I think it's going to be against Barb, so it's going to add more to Destrehan's, Karan Taylor's nice run.
Update on the St. Amant Honville game. St. Amant kicked a field goal, a 43-yard field goal. Looks like it might be a close one in the 4th quarter.
And they get a little quick slant pass out to Justin Jefferson, who tries to make a little something out of nothing, but he doesn't have a lot of wiggle room, so he gets the ball into about the left side of the field. It's 3rd down now for Destrehan. 3rd and 8. Destrehan now with 2 running backs. And Cohen Grenier, they get a little slant, little screen pass out to Karan Taylor, who breaks up the field. But let's see if they mark him. It looks like they're marking him just about a yard, maybe a half a yard short. No, actually, they're going to give him the 1st down. It looked initially that they had marked him down a little bit.
Replay, there's just good blocking there. He was able to speed up and get just enough for the 1st down.
Destrehan now
calling a timeout here. Talk things over. It looks like they're putting their versatile backup in, maybe.
If I'm Destrehan, 3rd quarter, 45-7. Unless a miracle happens, it's going to be hard for the Barbe Buccaneers to come back into this game. So if I'm Destrehan, I'm trying to pull in as much younger players to get as much playing time as they can in these playoffs, not to get my starters hurt.
As it looks like they don't put him in. He was just in on the timeout huddle. But I won't be surprised if he comes in the 4th quarter. And then again, I won't be surprised if they leave Cohen Grenier in for a full game.
Grenier now in the shotgun, hands the ball off to Christian Mosley, and he's met down there by number 6 and number 52 of the Barbe. That's Austin Bass and Cole Curry of the Barbe defense, and they bring him down for a loss on the play.
Yeah, that was well read there. As Mr. Versatile, backup quarterback, wide receiver, comes in as a wide receiver.
Also plays punter. And in the offseason, after football, he plays soccer. And a quick slant pass on the bubble screen to Mike Young.
He got rocked there on the sideline and lost the ball. Good thing that wasn't in the open field. That would have been disastrous.
Grenier now hands the ball off again to Christian Mosley on a 3rd and 7, but they're going to spot him short. He won't get the 1st down, so Destrehan will send out that punting unit now on the field.
A good defensive drive here for the Barbe Buccaneers, but it's a little too late to show up.
Yeah, Barbe's defense could have been playing like this earlier in the game. This might have been a different outcome, a different turnout than it is now. And Will Sermon now on to punt. Will Sermon with a bad punt there, really short, and it goes out of bounds. Not the kind of punt that they wanted out of him. I know they wanted something better out of him. He didn't get that punt down the field. but nevertheless, Destrehan still has an advantage in this game, up 45-7. So wherever they spot the ball, I guess it really doesn't matter. And they hand the ball off to Kirkland Banks, and Kirkland Banks, who runs into a brick wall at first, he gets past the linebackers and past the secondary, and he turns up the field for a very, very nice gain. And as he's brought down by Chad Serrano, if Chad Serrano wouldn't have been able to get him, that just would have been a touchdown on that play.
Barb there had the edge there, and I'm surprised that wasn't a touchdown.
They hand the ball off to Kirkland Banks again as he makes a nice, marvelous run and gets the first down once again on a carry. And bad for Destrehan. Their star defensive lineman, Gerald Wilbon, is on the field hurt.
We'll see on the replay. No, we do not see on the replay how he was hurt.
As they're going to take an injury timeout to talk things over. And hopefully, it might have just been a cramp. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious for Destrehan's star defensive tackle, Gerald Wilbon. As he gets off, and he walks off under his own power. And Destrehan had 12 guys on the field, but they didn't went for the wrong matchup, and they barely got the last guy off the field in time.
Yeah, that was great timing there.
If you're looking at the replay on a nice run again by Kirkland Banks, he gets gets past that one tackler, and that's a touchdown.
Good blocking and a good hit by Kendall Anderson, and Destrehan calls a timeout.
They see something on that defense that they didn't like.
As the Wildcats will take their second timeout due to possible personnel issues.
Destrehan now back deep in their territory as Barb is knocking on the door, but Barb runs up the field and they don't get a good run. And they hand the ball off to Kirkland Banks, but he gets tripped up by C.J. Prieto. C.J. Prieto doesn't trip him up. That's a touchdown on that run right there. So good tackling by C.J. Prieto on the sidelines, making a play happen.
Creator last week was the Defensive Player of the Week. On a bizarre Friday the 13th game here at Wildcat Stadium, 2 defensive scores. 3:16 and counting on the clock.
And they throw the ball up to Brian Smith rather, and Kendall Anderson makes a good play in the end zone, and he knocks the ball out of Brian Smith's hands and saves a touchdown.
Great play by Kendall Anderson by batting that ball away from the play of field.
And Barb now going forward on 4th down. They throw the ball again, but a flag is on the play and they blow it dead.
Little update on Acadiana versus Parkway. Parkway is leading the Rams 42-12.
Wow. And I bet Destrehan, they're paying attention to this game right now, but when they find out the winner of that game, they're going to be very happy. And looks like a great diving interception by Kendall Anderson as he picks the ball off on the 1-yard line on the diving interception. If that was back in the NFL, he could have ran that thing back for a great great return. But in high school football, once you catch the ball and your knee or any part of your body hits the turf, it is ruled down. So Destrehan will have the ball at the 1-yard line after a nice interception by Kendall Anderson.
Unfortunately, that's the case. You're down once one of those parts of your body touch the ground. Great play by Kendall Anderson. He read the play, and he used his athleticism to jump in front of the ball. It kind of looked like the Super Bowl play.
Yeah, that Malcolm Butler made against the Seahawks. So Destrehan, they get him, they back him up, but a good thing that they don't get into the end zone, which would have resulted in a safety for Barb. And they would have given up 2 points, but they will give him forward progress, and they'll mark him dead back at the 1-yard line.
So it looks like Parkway is coming to Wildcat Stadium next week.
Yeah.
In the day after Thanksgiving matchup.
I know that Destrehan versus Parkway, the number 3 team versus the number 6 team, that's going to be a great game as Christian Mosley cuts it up out of the end zone, and he gets a few blockers, and he uses his great speed. Oh, and he makes a guy fall as he does a little nice turnaround on the sideline, and he makes a guy fall, and he flies out of the field of play. And Christian Mosley with a great run there.
You can see here on the replay, he just makes a clutch turn. I don't know how he did that.
He just puts on the brakes, and he makes the Barb defender look like he's clueless out there.
I would have broke my ankles on that play.
Oh, yeah. Definite ankle breaker right there. Destrehan now, 1st and 10 ball at the 37-yard line. And they hand the ball off to Karan Taylor, but he doesn't get much on the play. 1:30 left in the 3rd quarter as this game is fastly wrapping up.
A little update on the Acadiana Parkway game is Acadiana hasn't scored since the 1st quarter.
Wow.
Parkway playing shutdown defense in the last 3 quarters.
Which one that's good for Parkway, but if Destrehan will have to try to devise a scheme against them next week, it's going to be nice to see how that will turn out.
Yeah, this game is all defense. for Destrehan. The defense kept them in the game. They turn over the ball. That's why the score is like how it is.
Destrehan is changing up the play at the line of scrimmage. And they hand the ball off to Chad Toronto, another athlete. He breaks a few tackles and he's running. He carries the defender with him across the 50-yard line. They'll be marking him down right at about the 48-yard line. And a first down now as the third quarter comes to a close. Destrehan leading 43-7.
Play transpires in Wildcat Stadium. Ball on the 48, 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Grenier hands it off to Chad Serrano. Chad Serrano makes some moves. And he'll be up to about the 39-yard line as that's 1st and 10 for the Destrehan Fighting Wildcats. Correction, the spot is on the 35-yard line, 1st and 10. As the Wildcats go into cruise control here in the fourth quarter. Cohen Grenier hands off to Chad Serrano. As it looks like it's a pickup of about almost the first down, almost the whole full 10 yards. Maybe a half yard shy. Coach Robiso said earlier in this week on our On the Prowl show, this would have to be a defensive game, and it has been for the Wildcats. The score may look like it's an all-offensive game, but to hold your opponent to 7 points in the beginning of the fourth quarter, it's definitely a defensive game. Cohen Grenier, shotgun formation. 2 right, 1 left. Christian Mosley with the touchdown. With 9:53 left in the fourth quarter. See, Christian Mosley escapes a tackle, makes fancy moves, and I think I've counted about 3 or 4 tackles he escaped. Great speed, great footwork, great blocking. See Christian Mosley there, excited on the sidelines. The Christian Mosley touchdown run makes it 52-7.
Yeah, as I'm seeing a lot of people starting to leave, a lot of Barbe people clearing the stands, heading for the exits, as they are just blown out here by Destrehan 52-7 with 9:53 left in the game.
Yeah, those Barbe fans have a long ride to Lake Charles. But fortunately, the players, the cheerleaders, and the band have nice, comfortable buses on their ride back.
Yeah, they got these nice big charter buses that they brought all the way down here to Destrehan from Lake Charles. You know, the only thing worse than going home on a loss is going home far on a loss and a blowout loss here, as the Barbe Buccaneers are just getting dismantled by this Destrehan offense and defense. And the ball is fielded there by number 25, Colby Robinson of the Barbe Buccaneers. And he brings it out, but there's another injured player on the field. Trying to see who it is. And looks like he's really hurt.
Yeah, that looks very disastrous. Can't see who it is at this moment.
I can't really tell.
As the player's taking a while to get up, but he's being assisted by athletic training staff.
That's number 38, Sean Wright. That's injured. Number 38, Sean Wright, and he actually just came back from an injury after a broken clavicle earlier in the season. It's good to see him stand up and walk off underneath his own power, which is good. Hopefully the injury is not too serious. As Destrehan now puts in their second team defense. And they hand the ball off to Kirkland Banks, who just cuts up and chews up on this second team defense, as nobody's going to catch him. He's going to waltz into the end zone. If only Barbe was playing like this earlier. Barbe now back on the scoreboard as they just scored another touchdown. Nice long run there by Kirkland Banks. Destrehan is still up, though, 52-13 with the ensuing point after.
As you see there on the replay, bad angles by Destrehan gave up the 6 points. As there's still a good crowd for the Barbe Buccaneers out here. They were very excited for that touchdown.
Yeah, Barbe last week was down by 10 points. Actually, they just missed the extra point, so the extra point is no good. So it's 52-13, Destrehan leading. As I was saying last week against Hardin, Barbe was actually down 10 points in the fourth quarter and came back to win the game. That's what got them this matchup against Destrehan at home. Now,
excuse me, Chris. St. Amant Hahnville game. Hahnville is winning 34-30, and Hahnville just got the ball back on their own 50-yard line.
That's good to see two schools from St. Charles Parish doing good in the playoffs. It will be very, very, very exciting to see them two meet up. The only time them two would meet up would be in the semifinals, and that would be if Destrehan beats Parkway, and if Hahnville wins this game, and if they're probably going to have to face Zachary. So if they beat Zachary and Destrehan beats Parkway, Then that's going to be Destrehan versus Hanville, Battle on the River, part 2 of this year against Hanville in the...
Great kick.
That was actually Cohen Grenier back there on the return. I guess that's a little trickery there, but that was actually Cohen Grenier that was just back there, and I just fielded that kick.
Yeah, don't let Cohen Grenier fool you. He can run. As he wasn't looking to run right there, but if he wanted to, he could. He's a tough runner. I've seen him multiple times this season drop his shoulder to defenders.
And now they're putting in their second team offense as well as they're putting in wide receiver, running back, whatever you want to call them.
Mr. Versatile.
Will Sermon. And they hand the ball off to John Emery, but he slips down and he loses yardage. So next week, Destrehan versus Parkway here at the Destrehan Wildcat Stadium. And that game is going to be very, very exciting.
Destrehan just waiting for the clock down.
And they just trying to run the ball and run this clock out. They hand the ball off to John Emery, who's just trying to burn up this clock and get some positive yardage.
When you're trying to milk the clock, you should not snap the ball above 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, talking about snapping the ball early, I remember a Giants game versus the Jets earlier in this year, and the Giants actually snapped the ball too early, which caused them to lose the game. They had like 35 seconds on the shot clock and on the play clock rather, and they snapped the ball really early and caused them to lose the game later on. So Will Sermon keeps it, but John Emery thought the ball was going to him, so he tries to take in a little confusion, causes them not to get the first down. But it is now 4th down now, 7:35 and counting on the clock. 52-13, Destrehan winning in the 4th quarter.
Will Sermon's just gonna stay out there to punt it.
Yeah, he punts the ball, throws the ball, catches the ball. He probably could throw the ball to himself and catch it and score a touchdown.
Yeah, these dual sport athletes are very good.
He plays goalie for Destrehan too, on the soccer team. After football season, that's what he turns his mindset to. As number 23, Kirkland Banks gets the ball, he gets the catch there down at about the 49-yard line, and he brings it up about 10, 11 yards, and he gets a minimal gainage. Destrehan with their second team in all around. Hopefully their second team can hold Barbe to out of the end zone, as they did give up a long touchdown run earlier. And they hand the ball off to Kirkland Banks, and he cuts up the middle of the field, breaks a few tackles, but he's finally met down by number 37, Kendrick Johnson.
Here on the replay here, you just see not wrapping up is a problem for these second teamers.
And Kirkland Banks gets another nice run, and he gets the first down with 6:10 and counting left in the game. As these Destrehan fans are so loyal that no matter what the score is, no matter how much time left in the game, they're going to stick around till that clock strikes 0. as big number 92, Kerryon Webb, breaks through the offensive line and gets a nice tackle for loss there.
A big 6 foot, 280-pound guy coming right at you. He's going to be good next year.
As number 9, Brian Smith makes a nice little juke move and loses a defender, loses 2 defenders, and then he's actually pushed out of bounds at around the 7-ish yard line. So now Barbe is knocking at the door. Let's see if they can score. If only they were playing like this earlier in the game, this might be a different outcome. Quick pass, bow, touchdown. Brian Smith, he makes it look easy as he turns around and gets the nice little curl route, touchdown. That puts them on the board now, 52-19.
Yeah, blown coverage by Jace Brown. He should know better being a senior.
So Barbe now trying to attempt the extra point. And this time it is good. So that puts Barbe on the scoreboard once again in the fourth quarter. Destrehan still winning 52-20. As they're getting ready to set the kickoff with 5:20 left in the game.
Hanville is pulling away from St. Amant, 41-30. The Tigers lead in Tiger Stadium.
Seemed like they started off a little slow early, but they managed to turn it around. And now back for Destrehan, number 18, Will Sermon, and number 10, Mike Young.
Yeah, he's just doing everything tonight.
And he feels the ball, but it's a muff, and he drops it. So they're going to mark him down at the 16-yard line. He's going to take his gloves off, and he's going to get ready because he's about to take the next quarterback possession for Destrehan.
Back to the St. Amant Hanville game. There's 11 minutes to go. So it appears that Hanville may pull away with this, but we all know how many disastrous fourth quarter games have been played in Hanville in recent years.
Yeah.
And even overtime, it's just been disastrous for these Tigers and very frustrating for fans.
Hopefully they don't lose and they can keep up St. Charles Parish, both teams in the playoffs, as John Emery tries to cut back up the field on the opposite side. Tries to make something out of nothing, but he's brought down by several defenders. The one bad thing for Destrehan is that except for, I think, 3 people on their defense, the whole entire defense is graduating. A lot of on the offense, though, I think they're only going to be missing about 5 or 6 players, which is good that they'll have them back for the next year, but their defense is going to be under reconstruction. And John Emery plows up the middle. Gain of 6 on the play. Third and 4 now left. 4 minutes left in the game. 52-20. Destrehan up. as they fumble the ball on the play, Destrehan makes a sloppy little misplay on the exchange there. So that's going to put them down deep in their own territory. They're going to have to punt the ball off, and it's 4th down and 17 now with 3:20 left in the game with the clock running. So they're going to wait till this shot to the play clock gets down a little bit, punt the ball off, and if Barbe takes long enough, Barbe probably will have the last possession of this game.
As there's a 2-minute warning in the Acadiana Parkway game. Acadiana is trailing 28-49 the Parkway.
Wow. And that's good for Destrehan, as Destrehan seems like they couldn't have got past Acadiana these past few years, because they've lost to Acadiana in the state championship and lost to them in the semifinals. So it's good enough to see Acadiana this year again.
Yeah, Destrehan does not like to play Acadiana, and Acadiana does not like to play Destrehan. They're both good football teams, and who knows what the outcome is after each game. But the past 2 years, the Rams have been pulling ahead.
Yeah, this year Destrehan didn't get the bracket in their favor, so they have a lot of more tougher teams that they're going to have to play, like Parkway, who's number 6. They have to play Zachary. Zachary's the number 2 team in the state, but Destrehan at number 3. So Destrehan this year didn't get the bracket in their favor. But hopefully Destrehan can continue to play good football, continue to make something out of their offense and their defense, and continue to play great football, and they might make their way back to the Superdome on Polders Street.
Yep, home game next week. These Wildcats have not lost at home in a long time. We'll see if the Parkway Panthers can break that streak.
I think the last time Destrehan lost at home was against Highville back in my freshman year, back in 2012, I believe.
It was an overtime loss. Sergio Medina just ran it right up the middle.
Coming to the 2-minute warning in this game, Destrehan winning 52-20 as Barbe has the ball now, and they hand it off to Kirkland Banks, who's been their whole team in the 4th quarter. If it wasn't for them, they wouldn't have had the points that they have now, with 1:58 left on the clock, left in this game to go.
As it looks like Kirkland Banks is limping a little bit, as he's just trying to get highlight material here in the 4th quarter. And number 27 comes in for him, Heron Walleye.
And a timeout now taken by Barbe. 1:30 left in the game. So next week, right here in Wildcat Stadium, Destrehan Wildcats versus the Parkway Panthers.
Yeah, I don't know much about Parkway. I haven't been following them much.
I remember one thing about Parkway. I do remember a few years ago, 2 years ago exactly, when they went to the 5A state championship, they got blown out by Acadiana. I think Acadiana put like up 77 against Parkway in the dome. But so it's good for Parkway to get a little revenge on Acadiana.
Yeah, that's a lot of points in the 5A state championship, where only 60% of the teams in 5A make playoffs.
a minute left in the game, and they hand the ball off. Barb does, but running back number 27, Haran Walleye, is taken down by number 50, Jonathan Duhan.
See on a replay here, is a great read.
And that's Brian Sims trying to make something on the sidelines. They've really taken him out of the game. That was one key thing that Destrehan was going to have to do if they wanted to win, which they are doing, and they did it very well. They took him out of the game. That's one thing you got to do because he's a great athlete, great wide receiver, and the fact that he's 6'4", 215 is always a problem to any defense.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, we had no idea who's going to step up and play on the outside for Destrehan. Makes a nice catch, but it's out of bounds. You can add that to your highlight reel, but a little bit out of bounds, so it doesn't count here. As play transpires here in the fourth quarter. 17 seconds to go.
Yeah, these fans in the student section and the cheerleaders, everybody's starting to turn up a little bit, and they're excited over this blowout win. The football team, I know, has to be happy, but one bad thing is that they're still giving up points, as Barb just scored again, and it is 52-26. Now, I know the game's almost over, but still you don't want your defense to give up points like that. As Barb now tries to attempt the extra point, and it's almost blocked, but they barely make it. And now the score is 52-27, 11 seconds left in the game. This game is all but over. It's been over, it seems like, since the third quarter. Destrehan now. Destrehan now is still undefeated, have not lost a game at home since 2012 on their home turf. Has not lost a regular season game since 2012. Advancing to the quarterfinals in the playoffs, and hopefully they can make it back to the Dome and bring back the championship that hasn't been here since 2008. So Barb now with one kickoff left in the game. 52-27, 11 seconds left. And I bet those players are just ready to get out of here. The coaching staff ready to get out of here and try something again next year to see how far they can make it next year. The ball does go in the end zone with 9 seconds left in the game. Destrehan 52. Barb Buccaneers 27. I bet we're gonna see a little victory formation from Destrehan.
As it looks like Will Sermon will do the honors of the victory formation. As it looks like Destrehan will be at home next week in game 27 of 5A playoffs here in Louisiana.
And that is the end of the game. Destrehan takes home the victory 52-27 over Barb Buccaneers. The game much over. Game's probably been over since coming into the third quarter, into the second quarter. Destrehan's offense playing great. This all started the very first play in the game, 6 seconds into the game, Destrehan scores, and Destrehan gets the first points only 6 seconds into the game after a fumble on the kickoff. So next week, that'll be Destrehan Wildcats versus the Parkway Panthers here at Wildcat Stadium. And once again, that was 52-27, the final score. Destrehan beating the Buccaneers. Join us next week as we look to continue to keep up with this St. Charles Parish playoffs on both sides of the river. Hahnville looks like they're going to continue to win. Destrehan already gets the victory. So this is going to be a great season. In
I'll
the
try to get you a
5A
score
playoffs.
update before we go off air. As it looks like the game hasn't won yet, hasn't concluded yet. No, 6 minutes to go. Hahnville has the ball on their own 41-yard line. St. Amant 33, Hahnville 41.
So hopefully Hahnville can keep up what they're doing, keep up the offensive and defensive pressure, and they can come out with the win. So that way St. Charles Parish continues their streak of having 2 teams in the playoffs for 3 consecutive years in a row. And that'll do it for us in the Press to Play broadcast. I'm Caress Cotton.
And I'm Scott Tase.
Thank you for joining us.